clicked. Hey, hello everyone. Welcome to the live show of the century.
What just happened? What? Mine's not cool.
Yours is cool. You've just got to try harder.
What kind of computer do you have?
Apparently not for you guys.
No, do you have Windows?
Yeah, I have Windows. Is that a Mac thing?
I think so, yeah. Oh, yeah.
Wow, that's so cool. Mine doesn't do it.
The dumbest one? This is the dumbest thing.
Yeah,
why do you need to do that? I'm already doing a thumbs up.
That's how I found out about it, because I just randomly in my Patreon book club on Saturday, I just went like this and it just randomly did. I was like, wait, what? I was looking around like, where did that come from? It came from me. So
the funniest shit is I was doing a live show with two of my patrons, and they don't have MacBooks, so it kept happening to me, and I did not know what was going on, and I was like, somebody is doing this.
so you were being trolled.
Okay, we're good. We're live on all three of our channels right now.
Thank you for checking.
What a moment.
Okay, hi everyone. By the way, hi everyone. Yeah, we're trying something different. We're trying to like stream on everyone's channels at the same time, just to see what it's like.
It's chaos.
It's been a little bit chaotic. It's not that easy to set up, but we're here, and I'm joined by two of my besties who I love with all of my heart on Mean Girls Day, so that's why we're wearing pink.
Yeah.
And yeah, we're just gonna hang out, chill for as long as it takes us, and read productive. What are we doing? I don't know what I'm doing anymore. It's only October 3rd, and I've done nothing so far this entire month. Nothing.
Nothing.
Like
nothing.
Nothing. I literally the last 2 days, I've just been lying down, just doing nothing.
I mean,
you've done so much recently.
Yeah, but yeah, it's the grind. It never stops. The wheel never stops turning. So.
You had to recover from being so scared at the church.
True. That might be what it is. I've been tired, and I feel like my energy has just been zapped from all of the ghosts that I was like haunted by. So it's been an experience.
Makes sense.
Yeah. What you're doing today, Katie? Or Wednesday, I should say.
I am hoping to film a video because I don't have nothing going on, not a thing. And I need to get it together. I realized I haven't done a wrap up since January.
Oh, wow.
Ooh. Really? Are you doing a January wrap up now?
No, I haven't done one at all since then.
Okay, I thought you were doing a January wrap up. I'm like,
choice.
No, it's her February wrap up.
Nobody has any idea what I've been reading. I'm like, a February through September.
Yeah.
Wrap up. It's been great.
You should do one video that's best of and then worst of, and just do like best stuff you've read this year and then worst stuff you've read this year. Just cap it all.
Oh, that's a really good shout.
Also, hi. Also, okay, two things. One, Kayla, whenever I was making that thumbnail and I was going back and watching all the lives, it was so easy with Gabby. It was not like, instead of getting ones with books, it was just so easy to get like the most hilarious. I mean, yay. To get the most hilarious reactions, because the McKay and you and Marcy one where I was like, I give it 5 stars, and y'all were like, oh yeah. But the Kayla ones, every single time there was just a perfect moment where everybody holds their book up at the same time, and I'm like, a production queen.
Oh yeah, that's so funny. I love your thumbnail, by the way. It's so cute.
Oh, that's
all the memories, all the nostalgia.
Looking at that thumbnail as well makes me realize that me and you, Katie, we've barely done much. And that makes me feel physically sick.
I think we've only done one reading sprint together.
What?
I mean, I feel like just you and I, yes, we've only done one together. But we've done like joint ones where we've joined like Kayla's.
We've all done a bunch together at least a few times.
Yeah, but me and Katie have only ever done one-on-one sprints once, I think.
Oh, okay.
Wait, have you all three of us haven't ever been together at the same time, have we?
I think so. At least like last summer we did. I think maybe on Kayla's channel or maybe because like we used to sprint together a lot, like all the time. I feel like, right?
Oh my god, I literally thought we had never been on at the same time. I thought that I'd been on with each of you, but not
together.
I know.
together.
Maybe I don't know.
No,
Now I
I
don't-
think we have. Well, Katie, you should know. It's in your thumbnail.
Yeah.
I'm sure you got
No,
email-
yeah, but I couldn't find any. There was one where there was a bunch of people all at once, but I can't remember. I think Gabby was like she had cousins over or something
Yeah.
and couldn't join, but like was watching
Mhm.
something like that.
Interesting. I mean,
I'll
we've
take
never done the three of us on public sprints yet. That's a first.
That's a first.
That's
Also,
a first.
Riley was like, "Oh my god, what channel am I gonna watch?" This is what you do: you click on all three of the links and mute two of them.
There you go. Solves the problem.
Y'all can all do that.
Mm.
Oh my god.
I want to say I felt awful making the title of this "Getting Losers for Doing Reading Sprints" just because I feel bad calling people losers.
I know.
feel really, I know it's a quote from Mean Girls, and that's the whole point. But I feel bad calling people losers. Like nobody's gonna click on that now.
It
Yeah.
sounds affectionate to me. I almost wrote, I had to delete, I almost wrote, we've never done sprints together before, feels like a hate crime. And I was like, I can't say that. Like, they're not going to get the gay intention.
No, probably not. But your live show barely didn't even happen, to be honest. So they weren't even going to go publicly anyway. So.
Yeah, true. It was banned.
Disney spooky retelling. Ooh, lovely. I love everyone telling us exactly what they're reading, though. So many different incredible books being read. I saw someone mention Out There Screaming, which my pre-order for it came.
Ah,
I was
Yeah.
just at Barnes & Noble and had that in my hands and was like, I don't know what this is about, but I love Jordan Peele. And then I set it back down because I panicked
oh,
because I thought that these are at 3:00 and they weren't.
Yeah.
damn.
Well, you need to go back. You need to go
Yeah.
back right now.
I'm so excited for that one. It's like on the way to me, but I don't have it yet.
Mm.
What is it about?
It's like a black horror anthology that's edited by Jordan Peele. So I don't know if Jordan Peele actually wrote any of the stories himself, but it's like an anthology of a black horror collection that he put together.
Oh my God, Gavin, are you reading Subcutanean?
Yeah, I'm trying to finish it. Yeah.
That is my book club pick this month.
Yeah, no. I know it is.
I didn't think anybody had ever heard of that. Literally, I heard about it from one of my patrons who read like an arc of it or something, and it didn't have like any ratings on Goodreads. So when I just saw you reading it, I was like, "What? Where did you hear about this?"
I think I might have heard it from one of your Patreon posts, maybe, but I'm not 100% sure. I remember seeing it on Amazon and putting it in my list and buying it myself. But I'm reading it so I can tune into your book club because I'm interested to find out what you think of it, honestly.
I heard it was gay, and I heard it was gay House of Leaves, and I was like, I'm in it.
Ooh.
I don't know if it's quite gay House of Leaves. I mean, there is a gay main character, but nothing really, like romancy has happened or anything yet. So I'm waiting. I'm still waiting.
No, they
So-
just need to be gay. They don't have to do anything.
Oh, true. Very true. The Rain House of Hollow. Nice. Oh, the stress over deciding whose channel to watch these.
Oh my gosh. It doesn't really like affect any of us either way.
No, it says we have like 630 odd people watching.
Oh, does it show yours like combined, all of ours?
Yeah, it's really cool. It's really interesting.
Oh. Yeah, that's so
Yeah,
cool.
I can't see that. It's probably for the best.
I know, I can't see either. I can't see how many people are here.
Yeah.
Crazy.
It's part of me wishes I couldn't half the time. I do. I need time to chill. Honestly, actually I've started to do something that's just for me, and I'm not going to say exactly what it is. It's going to be a surprise at the end of the month, but it's just for me. It's just for me.
There you go.
Hopefully, I've intrigued you, piqued your interest, though.
Definitely.
Channel Fear. Oh, hi, Kasha, as well. It's about YouTubers that disappeared. Ooh, that could be us. That could literally be us.
Sounds
If we go
terrifying.
on one of our, yeah, because if we go on one of our haunted adventures, you just know that we're not going to come back out of that with the three of us.
No.
I love how you're like, I'm gonna do something this month that's just for me, and then it's gonna be like this amazing video that we all get to watch.
He's like,
You
I'm
know,
not taking my camera.
No, I'm not Kayla. I'm not that inventive. Should just do a tier ranking of all the books.
Oh, okay, no, but like that was kind of the plan. It was like not tier ranking, but I was gonna do smash or pass because I think it's hilarious smash or pass because since I'm asexual, I'm like, yeah, I make it sound so raunchy, and people are probably like, oh my god, like, and I'm like, no, that means nothing to me.
Mhm.
It means nothing to me.
Oh my god.
Hey,
But
Liz.
thank you so much, Kat. I do feel like pink is a great color to wear. It matches my cheeks because sometimes when I wear pink, my cheeks go red.
Mhm.
I know. I feel like pink's not really my color. Like, I feel weird in pink right now.
No, it is. You look great.
Well, if I didn't have makeup, I literally had to put makeup on. One, because I was like, this will make me film a video, but I had to put makeup on because I have like such insane rosacea that like red and pink.
Well, that's what I mean. I was like, my skin, like my cheeks get so pink, so I had to do the same thing. I had to put on foundation because I was like, this would look really weird together.
Yeah, you're all amazing. Just, I'm so lucky. Yes, happy Mean Girls Day, everyone. I can't believe it's been 19 years since Mean Girls came out as well, by the way. 19 years.
What?
You know what, as well? I was thinking, Katie, instead of everyone sending you a DVD of Signs, they should start sending you DVDs of Mean Girls. Just like all the time.
It would be a switch up.
It would. Oh, that's funny. Okay, good. Proud loser. We're all losers, I guess. We're all losers. Yeah, okay, yeah. What are you? Did you say what you're reading, Gabby? I know Katie wants to film. What are you reading?
I'm gonna start on Camp Damascus.
Ooh.
I don't know anything about it.
Oh, Chuck Tingle. Oh, okay.
Yeah,
I am intrigued. I saw Jordaline and Elizabeth. I always want to call her Riley.
Yeah.
Elizabeth, they did a book club for that. And even though I watched the entire live show, I still can't tell you what happens, and I still want to read it.
You know what? Actually, that happened to me, Katie. When you did a live show talking all about Bunny, I watched it. I don't know if you remember in the comments. I watched it, and by the time I got to reading Bunny, I didn't know a thing. I forgot everything. So I do that as well.
That was like an hour and a half long of us explaining every single thing that happens in it.
Yeah, and I didn't take any of it in, and it was great.
You've heard good things about this.
Okay, good. I'm glad because they don't want bad books in October.
You have?
I'm pretty sure that they both gave it 4 stars, but like we're really suggesting it.
Yeah, I don't know anything about it, but it does seem like it has like it's like a religious group or like a religious camp or something of that nature. And so I'm kind of like, oh gosh, what am I getting myself into?
Pretty sure that the summary that they said was that it's like a gay conversion camp, like the religious like gay conversion camp. I'm pretty sure that's what they said.
Yikes.
Wow, that's intense.
Yeah, I don't know what to expect with this, so.
But my next read.
Boom!
No.
Like, how do they get away with this being on the cover? Like, is this not the most like erotic thing you've ever seen? Like,
well, thanks. Now the live show's gonna. Well, I don't even have monetization on for this live show, but now I definitely can't.
Does it really flag y'all like that easily? It doesn't. That doesn't really happen to me.
To be honest, I don't think it happens that often to me either. But I do know some others who have, the classics, like Greek classics, and there's a statue of like a woman, and you see the breasticles. Sometimes that gets flagged.
What?
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
But other than that, it might not. I don't know. I don't care if it does, honestly.
I just think it's so weird because like I'll hear that all the time and I'm like, oh my God, am I just somehow so tuned out? Like everybody that watches me is like so like, yeah, we're here for something disgusting. Like that just never happens.
Didn't did the fourth one just come out?
Yeah.
I was gonna say I haven't seen it.
Yeah, I haven't seen it either.
I have 4, 5, and 6, the whole series pre-ordered, so I got it the day it came out.
Wait, I thought 4 was gonna be the final one.
There's 6.
Wow.
They've been out in Japan and Korea for a long time. I can't believe that 2016 is when the fourth one came out.
Oh, what?
Wow.
7 years ago?
And they were writing this?
Yeah, damn.
Oh, you know what's funny? 7 years ago, and it's written by Seven Seas.
Oh, Seven Seas is in the entertainment thingy, Bobby. Oh. Yeah, the top is so pretty. It's so pretty.
Thank you. It's my sister, so I can't take credit.
You should lend it more often, or borrow, lend. Do what needs to be done.
Definitely.
And you'll be early to hit the hay. No worries. Yeah, anyone needs these tomorrow. That will still be live.
Right? What do you mean?
Did I put foundation on? No, I don't put anything on my skin except moisturizer, and that's about it. I should, because the amount of times I do end up breaking out, like especially on my cheeks, it just
No, that's all you need. Moisturizer.
Babies. You're the baby. Oh God. Ooh. Nice.
I just had somebody today during the premiere be like, you need to read Yona of the Dawn. And I was like, I've heard so many people talking about Yona of the Dawn. And I'm like, no, Katie, no, because there's like a bajillion volumes out. And I'm like, I don't know if I can, not as many as One Piece, obviously, but I'm like, I don't know if I can do it.
Honestly. Well, I read the first volume of Yona of the Dawn. I did really like it. So I would recommend, definitely check it out. But I mean, of course, One Piece is maybe. But I'm really trying to get through Berserk too. And what else am I reading right now? Spy Family, Witch Hat Atelier, Killing Stalking, but that's manhwa. Katie, there's one that I think you're gonna love, and anyone else as well watching who wants like a really weird horror manga. PTSD Radio.
Oh my God. Okay. The reason I have not picked that up is because Jordaline read the first one and she could not sleep. She said it was the most terrifying thing that she had ever read. And did not read the next one. And do you know that the author, the one who wrote it, he had to stop writing it because it scared him so much that he started having like hallucinations that they were happening in real life. Like the things that he was writing about was happening in real life.
Yeah, I think he rented out an apartment in an abandoned building because the rent was cheap. So he started writing PTSD Radio inside that apartment, and he thought things were happening in this apartment. He was supposed to be the only person in this building, and he kept hearing footsteps and things like that. So he decided to, scrap writing PTSD Radio because of, well, he thinks he was haunted by it, essentially. So it's like, it's terrifying. So I'm so excited to read it now.
Oh my gosh. I just put that on hold in my library like really recently, and I hadn't heard anybody really talking about it. So I was like,
well, not yet anyway. We'll have to pick that. We'll have to do like some kind of buddy read or something.
Oh my God. No, it's going to be a conjoined sprint like this. And it's just us like crying, shaking, throwing up.
What, just like live reading it? I think it's only 6 volumes or something. Just like live reading all the volumes, just back to back.
That would be fun.
It would be so good. Haunted Hill House. Nice. Sorry, we'll start sprinting in a couple of minutes. My internet's been really weird recently, so I hope that when I share my screen and stuff, it might be okay. I did try and do ambience, but before we even went live, I was very laggy. So I've just gone back to the Pomodoro Kitty. So, yeah. Oh, Heaven's Officials Lessons 5. I need to say that. I only have the first couple.
Oh, yeah. I have the first one, but I haven't started reading it. But I've heard like amazing things.
Yeah. Oh, I barely put sunscreen on. That's why I burned so much in Japan, because I barely put sunscreen on.
It's so bad. I never put sunscreen on, which is so terrible. But I never put sunscreen on because I don't like the way that it feels. But the reason it's because I never leave my house.
I know, same. I'm like, I never put on sunscreen that much because I never leave the house.
Yeah, I'm the same way. That's why I barely put it on in Japan. I was like, I'll be fine.
Well, Japan, I was like, okay, I'm gonna be outside all day. Like, I need to be putting this on.
Yeah. And it's tank.
I know, I'm so sorry. He moved to the floor, so hopefully he won't be an issue.
Thought someone was groaning. No.
Just adds to the creepy ambiance.
I thought it was Gavin's stomach growling at first because of. And then I was like, it's Tank. Okay, thank God.
Well, how dare you? How dare you bring that? Oh no. Oh, it stopped the rain. Well, yeah, I wasn't going to say anything, but I was on the toilet like an hour ago.
You didn't have to say that.
You're the one who mentioned it, so it kind of the breadcrumbs were there. The breadcrumbs were there. I didn't want people to assume the worst. I was previously occupied about an hour before the live show. It's intense. It is intense. Okay, should I share my screen? Should we just do our first sprinty room? Should we get on it?
Yes.
But yeah, happy New Year's Day, everyone. It wasn't actually. Anyway, let's I'm thinking, should we do 45, 50? 45, 50?
Whatever.
Whichever. Okay. I will start the sprinty rows and I'll see you guys in 45. Enjoy.
Sweet.
Hey everyone.
Hello.
Hi. Oh crap. Sorry, I didn't mean to do that. Hang on.
You're like, bye.
I
Are
did
you-
not realize the names until just now.
Yeah, I was doing it during the sprints, just chuckling away to myself. And Katie, you looked like you were looking because you looked horrified at times. I don't know what faces you were making. I thought you were doing it in response to me changing the names.
D made out with a hot dog. That's hilarious.
It's because Tank is on the screen.
Yeah, okay, we think it's Tank, huh? Sure.
It's definitely Tank.
I changed your name to Tank when you went away, Gabby, because Tank was on the screen for so long. And he was
I thought he was sitting directly in the line of the camera, and I was like, "Can you see it?"
Yeah.
Oh my God.
He was so cute. But yeah, I thought I would change it up a little bit. Katie, was that sprint too short? Because you needed a film, didn't you?
Oh well, I knew that was gonna happen. What was I doing in the beginning? It's because I was like, okay, well, if I'm gonna go and look at or do a tier ranking, then I need to get the covers for all the books, which takes a really long time. So I had to do that. And then I realized that I was like, oh, there are books that I haven't done reviews for. So it looks like I haven't read them yet. And I take way too long making a damn review. So I did a review for Part of Your World, yours truly. And right now I'm doing one for the 5th season. So I'll do that. But then I also have to do The Last Devil to Die. Anyway, all of that. And then I have to make a tier maker. I take way too long doing stuff like this. Like, it's embarrassing.
Well, let us know. Yeah,
tier makers take a long time to make, so.
True that. The fun to make though, but take a while.
I just hate when they I can't figure out how to get it so that you can see everything on the screen because there's so many images, you know?
Yeah. I know last year mine wasn't letting me import more than 100 images into my tier thing because I was trying to do a video at the end of last year that was tier ranking every book that I read last year, and I was trying to import 170 or something like that pictures, and it wasn't letting me. It said no, max 100 or something. So I was like, wait, what?
Oh. Well, what I did, what I was doing was I was writing down if I read a book more than once or if it's part of a series, I'm not going to put each individual photo. Like Veronica Speedwell, y'all, let me see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 11. I've read some of these books multiple times. 11? That's fucking embarrassing. I can't have 11.
Wait, 11 times from one book?
No, I read 1 through 8 and then I reread 3 and 4.
Oh, gotcha. I thought you meant you read one book 11 times. I was like, damn.
I thought it was the first one too, and I was like, wait, hang on. You've got other books to read. Surely not 11 times.
I would not put it past myself. But then also I read 20 volumes of The Promised Neverland, and I'm like, I can't do that. I can't do that to myself.
What's the most amount of times that you've ever reread one book? Because I think mine is Fangirl. I think I've read Fangirl 5 times. I think that's my most reread.
I love that. I want to say it's probably equal. I've read Vicious 3, if not 4 times. I can never remember because there was a couple of years where I didn't log anything on Goodreads and I do not remember. So I've read that. I've read Gone Girl 3 times. I've read The Diviners. No, wait, maybe I've only read that twice. I've read Southern Book Club's Guide to Slaying Vampires 3 times. I've read Carry On 4 times.
The amount of times, Katie, you say, oh, I've just reread it, even though you just literally read it as well. I'm like, you've read every book twice, surely.
Yeah.
I read a lot of things twice because I don't like to annotate the first time, I think. But Veronica Speedwell, I have to have read A Curious Beginning 4 times. I have to have. I'm Riley. It deserves it. It is moral.
You're like, if I haven't read it 11 times, then I'll make it happen.
That's a really good question, though. Can everyone in the chat as well let us know what the most reread book you've ever done is? Because I can't think. It'll probably be something I read as a child, so something like The Wizard of Oz or something. I probably read multiple times. But ever since doing BookTube, I very, very, very rarely reread books. What was I? I've got a new book to read. My TBR is too big. Got to read that for the first time. So I
as
barely
much as I used to. I used to reread it quite a bit more, but I haven't as much in the last like 2 years.
no. And also, how did you do in that sprint? Made out with a hot dog.
It was great. I got up to page 38 of Camp Damascus, and it is a gay conversion camp. Who knew? Who knew? I didn't.
Time.
Yeah, and it's already been like a little horrific. Like some things that have been, I mean, obviously because a gay conversion camp is horrific, but I mean, there's been some scenes that I'm like, oh god, like it was disgusting. So yeah, it's going well.
Is it extreme horror or is it just?
I don't think so because I asked when I had heard about this book, I was like, I don't want to read any extreme horror right now. So I was like, this is not extreme horror, right? And everybody was convincing me that it's not. So I don't think that it is, but I just mean there was some there was like bugs with like coming out of a mouth kind of situation. So I was like,
ooh, that's in that book?
Yeah, in this book.
Okay, I was like, because I feel like it's so extreme horror. I always assume, like, if I looked at that, like Camp Damascus, because I've heard people talk about it, I'm like, oh, okay, I would just think it's horror. And if I think about like Survivor by J.P. Gonzalez, I'm like, that was extreme.
Yeah, this is not extreme horror. I don't think it is.
Yeah.
I don't vibe with extreme horror lately. I'm like, I can't do it. I'm too sensitive.
What would you say is some extreme horror that you've read? Just like, I want to know if I have it on my TBR, if I'm like, okay, that's extreme.
Well, one that I read that I actually did like though is Gone to See the Riverman. That's one of the only extreme horror books that I've liked. But then I read It's Me, Charlie earlier this year. Deeply regret it.
Was that the one with the tooth in the hand?
No, that was Dear Laura. That one's not extreme horror.
Okay.
But yeah, It's Me, Charlie is wouldn't recommend. But
I finally get this comment. So sorry, Riley. I'm so behind. Sorry, I'm trying to engage you two because you deserve all the energy and time and attention, but also everyone as well watching. So if I seem to be in two places at once, I kind of am. But I've also with extreme horror, I've read Survivor, I've read Off Season, The Girl Next Door by Jack Ketchum, The Summer I Died. I think I've read 4 extreme horror.
So you've read quite a few.
Yeah, it's more than I. Well, I really did quite like Off Season, but McKay hates it because he says it's boring. And I'm like, but that was my first extreme horror. Like, it wasn't boring to me. It was awful. You know what I mean? It was like terrifying and nasty and awful. But I liked it. But maybe if I read more, maybe. But
that's true. I was talking with somebody yesterday about like, whenever you first, because my friend brought up book talk and she was like, I didn't even know that was a thing because she hasn't watched BookTube, but she loves TikTok, and she was talking about book talk, and she was like, that's so different than what you talk about. And I'm like, well, yeah, they're very different kind of groups of people for the most part. And she was like, why is it that I feel like so much of the stuff that they talk about on there are books that like are not new? And I was like, well, it's because a lot of that is like people that maybe have just started reading again. And like, if you read We Were Liars right now and you had not read a book for like 10 years, you would be duped and gagged. Like, you would be duped.
Yeah.
Well, I can't speak. I've never read it. So maybe I will. Maybe I will read it and like it.
I didn't like it. I read it back in like 2014, like when it came out, and I didn't like it. But
Red, White, and Royal Blue 5 times. I was thinking of trying to reread that, but
I want to reread it too.
I know Kasha really likes Red, White, and Royal Blue as well. But I want to go back to this, actually. BookTube has definitely stopped me from rereading. The amount of times I get recommendations, not even just recommendations, but if I watch a book haul, if I watch a wrap-up, anything like this, I'm getting new books.
Yeah.
So
that's so funny because I feel like I'm like the opposite. Like I have started rereading so much because of BookTube, probably because when I wasn't on BookTube and I was just watching it, I didn't know about Libby and stuff like that. So like I was paying for every single book and I was like, okay, like no. But now I reread a lot because I feel like it's so not insanely rare, but like it's pretty rare that I read a book that I want to annotate, that I'm like, this I felt things, and I'm like, okay, I want to feel that again. I want to live in this 5-star high we're all searching for.
Yeah.
Oh,
No, that's how I
sorry.
feel like it should be. I feel like now with BookTube, I'm so focused on like content that I'm making that I like pile on so many books that I have to read to like make so much content, and then I don't give myself enough time for things like rereading or things that I like, would want to do. Like, I don't know.
Yeah, it would have to be like a reread challenge for me.
Mhm.
Like, do I still like these books? Why can't I just reread them? I don't
Yeah.
have to make a video. I can just read it.
I know. I think the same way. I usually try to do it at the end of December. I like to do because I like to work on my end of the year content in like the last 2 weeks of December. And then people always be like, well, what if you read your favorite book at the end of December? But then I'm always like, well, I usually try to save the last 2 weeks of December to just reread for the end of the year. I feel like it's a cool way. It's around Christmas time. It's like it feels good to like read favorites again.
Yeah. That's actually a really good shout, especially since, you want to make that content at the end of the year, but
Right.
you don't want to read something new that's going to make that list.
Mhm.
So, yeah. Oh, Haikyuu. Read the series at least 3 times. That's the thing as well. Because I'm still quite new to manga, I haven't really reread any manga, so
Yeah, me neither.
we'll get there.
Blood
I
on
want to
the Tracks
reread.
is really easy. I've reread Blood on the Tracks like 2 or 3 times.
Yeah,
Oh.
I've only read it the once so far, but as soon as I get volume 14, I might reread the first 13 volumes, because reading something for a video is one thing, but reading it for yourself is another. And I feel like sometimes reading for a video, I don't look at everything and I forget so much. So if I'm rereading it in my own time, I take it in more, because I'm just reading for pleasure then. I'm not reading it for a specific reason. So I need to reread Blood on the Tracks 1 through 13, even though I just read them all already. You know what I mean? It's like there's so much that I need to remember from that series before I read volume 14, which I think is out now, maybe, but I'm not 100%
It is
sure.
out. I just saw it at the store the other day and I was so tempted.
Why didn't you pick it up for me? Good
I
grief.
know.
Literally.
It's so funny. Okay.
Rude.
I think that it's so interesting. This conversation comes up so much with like either people like on BookTube, like about rereading or like content and stuff. And I'm always like, what am I doing wrong? Because I don't know. Like, I just like can't get my brain to like, I don't know, like the whole like, oh, there's going to be like a themed video or like whatever. I guess I just don't think in the future, which is not great, think I could do that, but I just don't. I just don't.
No, but I like the style of your vlogs because they're just kind of more like laid back, almost like weekly vlog kind of style. And I think that definitely has its own audience too, because I think a lot of people do like the more like casual reading vlogs that don't have a strict theme. And it's probably easier for you to not have a theme, because I think sometimes having a theme, it really like, puts a restraint on what you can do in that video. And sometimes I feel pressure, like I have to read these books, So I don't know.
We all have our strengths and our weaknesses. The time Gavin read Identified Us for that vlog was wild. Yeah, sometimes, I feel like I should probably reread it, honestly, because I might change my mind. This is the thing too, as well. I might reread something if I think I could genuinely change my mind on it. And I think maybe Identified Us, I might change my mind, even though I hated it, because Micaiah ended up liking it. And I was like, curious and curious.
This is what you need to do. You need to do. I love anytime anybody does one of these vlogs, because I'm like, oh, it's so much fun. Everybody has like different opinions. Is when people do like a dark romance reading vlog, because they always end up liking one of them. And I'm like, there's something for everybody. I'm telling you. Like, I read Haunting Adeline, and people, I was like, I realized that people would be like, because I didn't explain myself very well, but I'm like, do I think that these are good people? Do I think that like, no, straight to jail. The romance? No, but I'm like, you know what? You two sickos found each other, and that's beautiful.
I love the way you look at that, because it's like, I mean, it is the purpose of the genre, I guess. It's supposed to be toxic and messed up, so why not? But I said this, just with Den of Vipers, I just found it so badly written, and like sometimes that really just stopped me from enjoying it. I do really want to love a dark romance. I keep trying. I did Does It Hurt earlier this year, which it had promise, but it just didn't work. But Haunting Adeline, I think, is from the same author, H.D. Carlton, I think. So maybe I might.
No
Like-
way did they
Yeah.
write Den of Vipers.
Oh no. I mean, like, Does It Hurt and Haunting Adeline. They have a film.
Okay.
I was gonna say K.A. Knight. I couldn't. She couldn't. Definitely not. But yeah. Also, hi to Bray. Hi Bray.
Hi, Bree. So is the only thing that makes something a dark romance is if the characters are like toxic? Is that what a dark romance implies? Or it's just like dark themes in the story?
Could be dark themes. Yeah. Yeah,
Well,
definitely.
it's not. I mean, there's also like say there's dark romance, but then there's like mafia romance and stuff like that, where it's like its own kind of like subgenre of dark romance. I think I would probably say dark romance is something that like you would not want this to happen in your real life. You might dream about it, but
Yeah.
you would not actually want this to happen to you.
And it can be kind of taboo as well. So like explores a lot of taboo topics. So it's kind of like, interesting, interesting. And it's kind of like for me watching true crime, it's like I'm scared of it and but I'm intrigued by it at the same time. It's probably the same with like dark romance for me. I'm intrigued by it. I would never want it to happen, but I kind of just want to see what it's like, Scared to reread. Also, I'm scared in case my first time does actually turn out to be worse because of it, and I end up hating the book when I used to love it. That does scare me a lot too.
Well, see, I have the fear, the same fear, but like opposite way to go about it, where I'm like, I look at my bookshelves and sometimes I'm like, is this book something I read like 10 years ago and I loved it at the time, and I don't remember, or I did not recognize at the time that something about it was problematic because it was 10 years ago and I don't know the things that I know now. And then people, because I unhaul so regularly, I'm like, in my head, people are going to look at my shelves and be like, this is one of the 150 books that she loves.
Yeah. Yeah, so you feel like you always need to be like rereading old favorites to like confirm.
Wait, didn't that happen to you, Katie, this year or something? Or was it last year or something? I'm sure there was a book that you genuinely loved and then you reread and you were like, wait, hang on, that's like 3 stars.
Oh, I'm sure it's happened multiple times. I like can't remember.
Yeah. I definitely remember you kind of being surprised by it. I'm just like, I'm trying to remember what it was now. I feel like it was I think it was a young adult book. I think it was YA, maybe.
Probably. I know that I didn't even reread them. I did do one of those like unhauls where I didn't even reread them. I went, you know what? I'm gonna trust the girls. I'm just gonna trust the girls. And I just put like no offense. Okay. Because one of the
all
girls.
of us villains in the chat. Is that
Oh
it?
yes! Oh my god! I can't
yeah.
believe I dared put that as an honorable mention on my best books of 2021.
That's the one. That is the one. That's what I was thinking of.
That's so funny.
Wait, it had. Oh, I thought it like genuinely actually had like drugs in the printing.
You're like, what?
I genuinely thought that maybe that was like some kind of. Maybe it was called back from the publisher because of it.
That would be the most amazing scandal that ever happened in the book world.
Still beating. I'll give it a try.
That's one of those ones where it's like, it's a dark romance, but it's not dark like they're toxic. It's like 2 normal people put in a situation that's dark, but they're not dark.
Okay, I might actually be into that because sometimes, the characters do also let it down for me.
Have you read the Mind F series?
I have. I didn't love it.
Is that dark romance? Because like I've read that.
Technically, it would. I feel like it would fall more into like kind of like the mafia romance, like kind of vibe. But
Well, it's like
I'm not
it's technically like a mystery thriller, though, right? Technically,
Yeah.
I don't know.
I would say so, yeah. I wish I loved it more than I did. I do. I really do. Considering everyone was raving about it. Katie loved it too. And yeah, I don't know what it is. But hi Jodie. 50% through Haunting Adeline months later, had to take a break.
Yeah.
Wait, there's a gun scene. Oh my god.
Yeah.
It's a bit like Jennifer Vapors. That has a few memorable scenes that are still in my brain right now. Punk 57, that's Colleen Hoover.
That's not dark romance. I don't think it's, unless this is a subgenre, it's bully romance.
Yeah, it's Penelope Douglas. That was one that I was gonna ask too because I DNF that one because I don't think I like bully romance. It's not my thing.
I think I'm gonna start bully romances with these ghosts that keep bullying me every single place I go to.
You should write it.
I should write it. No, I'm terrible at writing. No.
You should start a bit.
Oh please.
Like a bit where the ghosts are like your lovers or ex-lovers and they have names. And anytime something weird happens, you're like, Troy, I swear to God. I swear to God.
The first name you think of, Troy.
Yeah.
I don't know why.
Do you believe in ghosts? You can answer truthfully. You can say exactly what you want. It's all good. This is a safe space.
I don't know. I'm like torn on it. Mixed feelings.
What about you, Katie?
No, but like not like in its entirety. Not like I'm like, I don't believe in any of it or whatever, because I do think that there are weird things that happen that I'm like, like, can that be explained? But the logical part of me is like, is there enough space on Earth in its entirety for that many ghosts to all be, you know what I'm saying? Like, I feel like the world would be overrun area-wise by ghosts, but I don't know. I have no idea. And also, I don't want it to be true because I'm like, you know, there are things that I do in my life that I do not want to think about somebody seeing it.
I've done a poll because I'm really interested. Actually, I'm really interested to see what people think about like ghosts and things. I think it's so like specific. Like I don't think I believe in the ghosts as in like how we perceive ghosts as in, you know, a figure and all of that. I think it's more like energy than anything else.
Yeah.
Like this, like residual energy. I think it's more, I just don't think it just dissipates after death in a way, you know what I mean? It's like, but it's so hard to just like brush it off as like nothing half the time. So I'm so torn myself, you know, even though I get myself all scared in these situations, I'm like, but it could be real. It could actually be happening. You know what I mean? It's, I just don't want to say no. Yeah.
Well, I think the way you said it, that's exactly how I feel like the whole, like, oh, the energy, like say if you go somewhere that's like, people say is like haunted because like a lot of horrible things happen there, or like when people go to like abandoned insane asylums, or it's like, yeah, it's not that I'm like, oh, there is a personality of one ghost that's walking around. I believe less in that and more in like that maybe the energy of like that ghost experience being still there, because I do believe in that. Like if you go in somewhere and you just are like there's just like a vibe, I'm like, yeah, I think that definitely is real, because I think every single person has experienced that in some way.
Yeah, no, I agree. I just don't think we take that like our body image, you know what I mean? I just don't think that's possible in like a ghost form. But like, yeah, like say when I went to Chillingham Castle, there was that much death there. You can really feel it in the air, you know, when you're walking through and stuff. It's like, it's so heavy. And I do believe there's things like that. But yeah, it's a tricky question. But most people are voting yes. Or do you believe in ghosts? 48%. 30% are impartial, 22% say no. So wait.
Okay, what Cassidy said,
I know, definitely
yes.
Yeah, I agree with that, because like I'm like, well, ghosts, I don't know, but aliens, I definitely believe in aliens.
Oh yeah.
Like not like little green Martian aliens, but like I believe in the existence of like other life out there. Like we've only explored like how much of space, like we don't know anything.
Well, also, didn't you see, Gabby, that the not the foreign affairs, who was it? When the government was like, we're trying to distract you from how much prices are, that they were like, okay, we've known about it for like a decade. Aliens are real.
Yeah. Yeah. There's just, like, I don't know. It's like ghosts, I don't know, but then aliens, I'm like, yeah, so like it's all about probability. I'm like, I'm not against the idea of anything because like anything is really possible. Like, what do I know? You know?
Yeah. Ghosts and aliens. You can't really disprove either of them, really. So.
Exactly. Yeah.
Oh, you will. This is a Charmed reference. You'll get it. You'll get it. But yeah, I just thought that was interesting. Ooh, No One Will Save You is a great new horror movie about aliens. Ooh.
Yeah, it was fun. I liked it.
Well, the 5th season, I feel like is like partially like sci-fi, like about aliens.
Oh, really?
And it's like makes a lot of sense. I'm like, this seems plausible.
Well, I want to do a poll for Do You Believe in Aliens now? And then we'll get back to doing our stuff. Katie, do you want longer for the next sprint?
No, it's okay. I can just like the amount of times that I film things and the timer goes off and I'm like, oh shit, sorry, I gotta go back to my sprints. LOL.
I love when that happens. Or you can just like ignore the timer and just continue on. You know, it's like I've done that before, you know, just continue on. I think we come from aliens. Ooh, that would be interesting.
The thing I think is so interesting about aliens, like the concept that I'm like, you know, it'll be like, you know, you just late at night, you're like, wait, what? Is that we are aliens to other species. Because if you think about like the way that we view aliens in like sci-fi movies and stuff, and it's like, oh, these like little green men that are like, oh my God, they're so alien or whatever, that I'm like, that concept is so bizarre because if we're aliens to other people, do you know what I'm saying? Like,
yeah, we're invading their spaces.
Yeah.
They come down and they're like, because I'm just imagining like the way that like the media portrays aliens. If they came here, those type of aliens came here, they'd be like hair straighteners,
Yeah.
like lipstick, teeth whitening. What are y'all talking about?
Taxes? What? Mortgages? Like what? Like people would literally be, well, aliens or whoever is out there, they would honestly question so much. You know what it reminds me of? Has anyone seen American Horror Story Coven? When one of the, I don't want to spoil it for anyone, but you know Kathy Bates' character, you know how has to like catch up on like what has been happening in the world and stuff. I just feel like everyone's just going to be so like alien wise, or just going to be so like what is human history? Like this is odd to me, you know what I mean? And I feel like we do the same thing.
They're going to be like, here's what you need to do. Here's your homework. You need to listen to every Taylor Swift album, and you need to watch all 13 seasons of Keeping Up with the Kardashians, and then you have every idea of everything that's happening.
Why not some great British signal? Yeah. Paying for healthcare and being bankrupt after? For real. Yeah, literally.
Doesn't make sense.
You know what they would do? They would come down and go, oh, you know what? Here's a gift for you. Here's the cure for cancer. And consumerism would go, what? We don't know what you're talking about.
Literally.
We can't read.
Literally, student loans. They would have it. Education's free up there.
Yeah, they'd roll up their windows and they'd pass us by.
Our aliens build the pyramids theory. There are weird conspiracies everywhere. It's hard to keep. Yeah, it's a bit like ghost stuff. Like people take the mix, so it kind of makes it hard to believe them. It's like same with aliens.
Oh my God, wait. I forgot that I saw this reel where I was like, wait, like, oh my God, that's so crazy. And it wasn't like, it was a conspiracy theory. She wasn't like, this is real. She was like, this doesn't add up. Is that she was like, oh, I can't remember all the facts, but she laid it out really nicely. But she said, she was like, oh, her alien conspiracy theory is she's like, where are the places that alien sightings are the most common? And it was like Florida, Nevada, and I can't remember, somewhere else, like California, I think. And she was like, oh, and when are the times in which they were the most prominent? And she listed like these different years. And she was like, what do all of these states have in common? Disney World or Disneyland. And the opening of them is when they were the most prevalent. And she had like graphs, and I was like, oh my God, that's so real. And she was like, what if aliens, because they're so ahead of us and they're like, they have nothing to learn from us. So we are like their vacation spot. So they
So
just
they love Disneyland?
go to like Disney World. They just come here to have fun, and it's like their vacation spot. I was like,
Okay. Okay, that makes total sense. I would, yeah. Who wouldn't want to go on, Splash Mountain and
Yeah, they just want
experience
to
that?
stop at Disney World and then they're peacing out.
Who doesn't want to meet? It could be real. Can't disprove it. You can't disprove it. Oh gosh. Yeah, this is also a thing as well. I remember reading something about that. I was like, keep those blinds closed. Let's do another sprint, everyone. I'm so sorry. Aliens or Disney girlies. Apparently so. I wonder what their favorite one is. But also 76% voted yes for Do You Believe in Aliens? So more people believe in aliens than ghosts. Interesting.
well, the government hasn't come out to say, listen, we've known for a decade ghosts are real. They haven't done that, but they have done that
True.
with aliens.
Mm-hmm.
I guess. Okay, right. I'm gonna resume. Let's see you in 44 minutes and 55 seconds.
Sweet.
Well,
What happened?
I'm just losing so much interest in this now.
How far are you?
I only have like 30 pages left now, I think. So I mean, I'm very far. I just lost interest.
Well, if you and it's only 30 pages, so that might not be helpful, but on Spotify and on the author's website, he has the audiobook for free on there because he just wants to get the book out there. So on his website, each chapter is listed with a link, and then on Spotify, it's all totally free.
Whoa.
Well, that's interesting. But I know that these have different seeds. So if he has this seed on there, 30287, then I would listen to that. Otherwise, it'll probably be different.
Wait, where'd you buy it from?
Amazon.
Okay, then they're all the same seed. The only way you can get different ones is going through the author's website.
Oh, okay. Maybe I should have done that.
So there's like different versions of the book? That's what that?
Yeah, essentially. I think it's just little things. Sometimes a different decision that a character makes, a different way that a scene plays out.
How many versions are there?
30,000.
What?
Well, it's really small. Like he gives an example on his website where it's like, say if like a character is talking to another character and they are having a conversation and say, oh, well, you know, I was just talking to Gavin and he said that you stole my yogurt out of the fridge. And then it's like, no, I didn't. And then they start talking about something else. And a different seed, it would be like, I was just talking to Gavin and he said that you stole my necklace. Like, why would you do that? You know, it's important to me. Like those little things.
Yeah.
Like one day I'm wearing a pink shirt and in the other version I'm wearing a yellow shirt.
Yeah, pretty much. And it does make sense within the actual story itself. So I like the ingenuity of it. I've lost interest, unfortunately. What about you guys?
That's disheartening. Good thing it's so small, so hopefully it won't ruin.
I mean, I think I'm just struggling with the direction it took within part 2. I think it kind of took a little bit away of what I found it scary in a way without saying anything. Just like, we're focusing on that. Okay. You know, but it's still really interesting, really intriguing. Gabby, how are you finding your book?
I'm still liking it. I got up to page 84 and it's really interesting. I love these chapter titles. Like they're just so big and like
wow. That takes up half the page. It's less to read.
Great. Like I don't know, I really like the chapter titles being that big. But it's good so far. I don't know. I like it. It's still creepy and weird and there's things happening and I'm just like so.
Ooh, intriguing. Well, I can't wait to find out what you end up rating it and if we should read it.
Yeah, we'll see.
Oh wait, what's Travis talking you into, Katie?
We read the 5th season and I said that I was like, oh, it's so long and so dense that I was like, I don't want to continue with the series. And he's kind of talking me into it because, like, at first when I read, I was like, I would have DNF'd this book if it wasn't for the book club because it's too hard to read. And then by the time I finished it and we were talking about it in the book club, I was like, actually, this book is brilliant. Like, Gavin, you haven't read it, right?
No. Not yet, but I have them. I really want to.
It's really, I will say, if people DNF it, I totally understand. Like on the ratings, I always put, what did you rate it? There was no 2 and 3s. Everybody either DNF'd it or gave it a 4 and a 5. And I'm like, if you DNF it, I totally understand because you have no fucking idea what's going on in the book. No fucking idea what's going on until like 150 pages in. But after like the second half of the book, oh my God. And also, Gavin, it's so gay. It's so gay. Like just astronomically gay. And this is written in like 2014.
You should have started with that. You should have opened with that.
This is the 5th season that you're talking about?
Wow.
I thought that was a spoiler when I was reading it because I'd never heard anybody talk about it, but apparently not. Apparently, like everybody knows that.
No, I honestly, even because I know a lot of people do love it. There's so many people I watch that love it, like Kayla, Aaron, and just like I don't know why, but it seems to always get past me the fact that it is gay. It always seems to escape me.
Well,
But
it's because they usually focus on like, oh my God, the writing is like so good. And I'm like, yeah, it is, but it's so intimidating. But like those little things, like the characters, like say like being queer, and it's like, oh my God, wow, that's so cool that she wrote that in. Like, and it's not the plot of the book is that it's queer. It just is.
it's just there. It just exists, like we all do. Also, please do not put me off like anyone. I think it's because I started it days ago and I'm like finishing it off today. I think that's kind of also hasn't helped. So it's just me. I have 30 pages to go. I would still probably give it like 4 stars at this rate, not gonna lie. Even though I know, right? But it's like I've lost interest, but I would still give it a high rating because I appreciate enjoy what it did in the first part.
Gavin's like, this sucks. 4 stars.
Part 2 is just losing me a bit, okay? I'm going into part 3. I'm sure it'll be great.
Do you rate books immediately after you read them, or do you like?
Sometimes I kind of know, even just like 3/4 through the book, I'm just like, this is a 4, or like this is a 3. It has to do something spectacular at the end for me to change my mind. But I usually do know. I would probably say halfway to 3/4 of the way through a book.
Yeah.
Is that same for you, Gabby? Okay, good.
Well, like my initial reaction is, but this is just overthinking, is that every time, like if I give a book a rating immediately, I'll always like bump it down by half a star later on. Maybe just because if I don't really think about it, like I'm like, oh yeah, that didn't have like as much of a lasting impact. Like I was gonna give Part of Your World 4.5 stars, and then Yours Truly 4 stars. I was like, no, I'm gonna give it 3.5 because I liked it, but Part of Your World was way better.
Yeah, you put me in the mood to read that now after watching your vlog.
So cute.
I know, I think Part of Your World is like better like overall for me, but I feel like the characters in Yours Truly, I got like more attached to the love interest in that book. But then I do think the little bit at the end of Yours Truly was like, ugh, it got so frustrating towards the end.
Well, since you've read both of them, I haven't asked anybody this, but since you've read both of them, something that bothered me where I'm like, maybe this is like not, maybe this is a thing in romance books and like nobody really cares, is that for me personally, I loved Brianna in Part of Your World. She was a side character, but I loved her. And I would never have been able to pick her out of a lineup in Yours Truly because she didn't act anything like that. And I was so confused. Like, and then I didn't think Alexis acted anything like she did in Part of Your World in Yours Truly. And I was like, who are these characters?
Yeah, I don't know. I couldn't even remember that she was a side character in Part of Your World because I haven't read it in like a year or two now. So I was like, I had no memory of like what she was like.
I feel like whenever that happens, whenever a main character is a side character in another book, they just lose all personality. It's like, it's like the same with it's like the same with the Court of Thorns and Roses and Court of Silver Flames. I don't want to say too. I don't know what's considered a spoiler these days, but like she just in like the main character from the first 3.5 is like a side character in the fourth one. I'm just like, I can't stand her. I can't stand her. I can't stand him. I can't stand any of them. Like, stop. You know what I mean? It's like whenever they have these cameo appearances, I don't love it. I'm like, I knew exactly what the author was trying to do. They're trying to have that famous cameo. You know, like sometimes a TV show might have someone famous appear because, you know, people know them. I can see right through that. It doesn't make sense all the time. So I didn't love it. Is it
the only one that I can think of where I was like, oh my God, like freaking out. And no matter how many times it happens, I freak out, is Heartstopper when Aled from
Radio Silence. Yeah.
I love it. I'm like, oh, he has friends. Yay.
Okay, yeah, I get that. I do. But Alice Oseman could do no wrong. So like she's the exception to the rule. Read the 5th season 2017 and still think about it all the time. That is high praise right there. That's
okay, now
praise.
I need to read the rest of the books.
You do. We all do. We all do. And I know you don't really do fantasy, Gabby, but like maybe.
I know. Well, that one's, I've been curious about that one. And then I do own that other one. That's the, I forget what it's called, but it's the one with New York, like vibes on the cover.
City We Became.
Yeah. I own that one. So like, I've always wanted to read that one. So like, why not the 5th season too? I don't know.
Well, I think it would be interesting to read because I obviously have not been in my fantasy era. And this is like epic fantasy. But the thing is, the reason I think it's so well loved is because if you want an epic fantasy, here you go. If you want a road trip story, here you go. Do you want a character study? Here you go. Like, do you want a intergalactic war? Here you go. But it's really a character. It's really just a character study. Everything else is just like,
yeah.
And that's when you really start liking it, is when you start understanding the character and you're like, oh, this is really good. All the other shit. There was so many things I had to ask Travis, like my page. I was like, Stone Eater. What the fuck does that mean? Like, what do you, and he was like, you read all 600 pages and you didn't know what that meant? I said,
Yeah. That's why fantasy is so intimidating to me, because you have to like learn a whole new vocabulary just to like understand the book.
That's why I would love to see a vlog, Gabby, if you've just given that fantasy the good old college try, you know?
Right. I feel like it would either flop because I would DNF everything, or I would just piss a lot of people off.
Hey, I love controversy.
Right.
It's so funny. I was doing a vlog for the 5th season and I got 130 pages in. And I had like quite a few clips, but I kept saying, I don't really understand what's happening. I don't understand. I'm going to hit you back when I understand what's going on. And then the book was over, and I was like, I can't go back now.
I still don't know.
That's one of the things that I love and hate about fantasy, is that kind of the series that you have, usually each book is just half a thought, essentially. So like you have to continue to get the entire story, which I guess is like the same for like any series, but especially epic fantasy, I think it feels like a lot of the times it's half a thought or just part of a thought, and you have to continue on to get everything, which again sounds silly just saying it out loud, but
it'll end on a cliffhanger, and then you have to like reread the book just to remember by the time the next book comes out.
Yeah, especially since epic fantasy is so dense anyway. I do usually need to reread the first book by the time I read the second book.
Yeah, me too. I have like shit memory when it comes to books like that, so that's why fantasy is also intimidating to me, because I'm like, I'm not gonna remember like how many books you need to read for that. Like it's just a lot.
When is the 7-hour long video reading Bleach? I want to do Berserk first. I want to finish off Berserk first.
Wait, where are you?
I'm on Deluxe Volume 5.
I have the first 4, and I haven't started reading it, which today I thought I need to start reading it so that when I go to the Waterstones / Barnes & Noble hardback sale, I know if I need to keep picking them up.
Yes, you do. You absolutely do, especially if they're on sale, because they are expensive. But absolutely, I definitely at least Deluxe Edition Volume 5, because everything just kicked off in that volume. So at least read up to then.
What genre is Berserk again? Is it like action fantasy, or what genre is it?
Yeah, it's like dark, I guess, swords and sorcery, kind of action fantasy. It's about a guy called Guts, who is a swordsman, and he has issues. He has a lot of issues. Oh my god! But it is like a fantasy world. There is like reanimated skeletons. There are these really gross monsters and creatures, and it's like a mission. Like Guts is on a mission for redemption as well. So
is it done?
And the author, the original mangaka, died, but I believe his team is continuing it on so that it can get finished. So it's not done quite yet, but hopefully they can give it a good ending.
Wow, that's cool.
Oh, okay, yeah. It kind of is a bit like the Backrooms, a bit. Yeah, I can say that.
What's that?
It's kind of, the Backrooms was like this big, you know, a bit like creepypastas kind of thing, like those kind of things. The Backrooms are just never-ending hallways, and anything could happen in them, really. It was just more about the liminal spaces of the Backrooms than anything else. But definitely look it up, because I feel like the Backrooms lore is quite extensive, and I love it when people online run with like urban legends like that, or make things up like that. You know, a little bit like Slender Man and stuff like that really creeps you out online. I think they've just got such a fantastic imagination. Anyway, I started reading 5th season the night before. Wish I started sooner. It's a fun time. I wish I might try and read them all in one video, but then I'm like, I don't have to do that. I can just read them for fun.
How many books is it? 6, you said? Oh, 3? Oh,
yeah.
That's not too bad.
Like
so long, right?
And something pages.
Okay, yeah.
But it's also like, it's so dense. Like,
yeah.
Look at this. Okay. One, it's thick. It's a thickin'.
Yeah.
But there's like the writing is so tiny. And
Yeah.
also, why the hell is one of the chapters 40 pages long?
Oh,
No, not allowed.
you're starting to put me off again.
Well, like in the beginning, I was like tabbing, and then I was like, let me just go to the audiobook because honestly, I suggest the audiobook because it's really I hate when you don't know how to pronounce a character's name.
Yeah.
Are there sales around the holidays of January? Are the sales on now?
I thought it's in November, isn't it? The Barnes and Noble sale?
No, it's Boxing Day.
Oh, like Black Friday? Or
no, Black Friday is around Thanksgiving.
Yeah.
Boxing Day is the day after Christmas.
Oh,
Gavin, you're the one that told me about that.
Yeah, it is Boxing Day sales, yeah. And especially because I feel like they were asking because you mentioned something about when Berserk goes on sale and stuff. I think that's what they meant. But yeah, it's Waterstones and Barnes and Noble, I think, are the same. As in, like, the person who owns Waterstones owns Barnes and Noble or something. So yeah, we always used to do, well, still do, sales on Boxing Day, right after Christmas.
That's what the Barnes and Noble like 50% off hardcover sale is.
Yeah, but it seems like worldwide almost.
Yeah.
Well, they just a couple of years ago, like 2 years ago, I want to say, the guy who owns Waterstones bought Barnes and Noble, and that's why you've seen Barnes and Noble like changing a lot and not looking like Books A Million, because the guy who owns, I can't remember his name, was like, y'all have too much stuff in here. There's not enough books. And people were really worried because they're like, I don't think this guy understands it. Like in America, like a bookstore, like is going to fail if you're not selling like trinkets and stuff because people just use Amazon. But I mean, he has been scaling back and doing a lot more books in Barnes and Noble that I've seen.
Yeah, the exact same with Waterstones. It was mainly, there was a specific name for it, but they would always fill it up with games. Yeah, the trinkets, little knickknacks that you could buy, it's stuff like that. It was overwhelming. But yeah, they must be scaling it back a lot now. Also, for context, I like I don't know what kind of ASMR you guys like, but I like ear licking ASMR. You know, when I love how both of you just went at the exact same time. I love it. Like, it just like the vibrations and stuff. It just like, I hate mouth sounds, but for some reason I like, the hard sounds. So like ear licking sounds and stuff.
What's like an example of that? I don't know what that is.
So like I'm not going to do it on my microphone, but it's like, so I do have a lot of ASMR boyfriends essentially. So like there's people who tend to be your boyfriend in ASMR. So they like get the microphone and they're like kissing the microphone and just licking the microphone.
Okay, gotcha. But you don't like mouth sounds?
I don't like mouth sounds, but I like that for some reason.
Interesting.
So get on it. Get on it. James Stone, that's the name, yeah. And no secondhand embarrassment. It's my favorite thing.
I'm not a personally like an ASMR person, but I do tend to like, whenever you see those TikToks of the girls that are like, pretending to be the girl that sits behind you in class. I get those on my free page all the time. And I love the ones where they're brushing and the girl's hair, because for some reason, like that's a very like soothing sound.
Oh yeah.
I do like the ones, yeah. This is also where I think I might have got the liminal spaces from. I think Wendigoon's explanation of the back rooms. I believe it's a YouTube video. I think I've watched it, but it might not be the same one. I know, right? I can just do that. But I feel like I'll finish this in the next sprint, and then I kind of want to go on to Death of a Bookseller. I kind of want to go on to this one. See if I like this one a bit better.
It's a bright green cover.
Very bright.
Whoa.
I love that.
Almost too bright, but it's hot pink inside.
Whoa. Fits the theme.
Yes.
That's why I picked. I thought I would have finished this quicker, but I haven't. So yeah, I got that lined right up. Right up. Let me just catch up on these comments. I would honestly love this. Ace is my favorite character from One Piece, by the way. You know what, actually, a lot of the days, the games and the trinkets and the other stuff that we'd sell at Waterstones would be the top selling stuff of the day, honestly, when I used to do Waterstones. So yeah, they did, surprisingly.
Well, if it's bookish merch, like mugs that have like books on it, I'm like, well, hell yeah, I'm gonna buy that.
See, I have misophonia in like real life, as in if I hear someone eating, I will get unreasonably angry. But when it comes to my ASMR boyfriends, they can do no wrong.
I just can't listen to ASMR of people eating because it makes me hungry. And then I get mad because I'm hungry.
I feel like I'm hungry, but it's nearly midnight here, and I'm like, should I? Should I?
Mhm.
I might as well.
I mean, you're not asleep, so
Yeah.
Mhm.
Midnight snack.
What's that of a bookseller? I believe it follows somebody who works in a bookstore and she loves true crime. And this new girl called Laura starts, and the main character starts to become obsessed with her. And that's all I know.
I do love it's a girl on girl obsession.
Yeah,
Ugh.
I believe so. Roach is the main character. Yeah, it is.
I love that. I'm gonna look it up right now.
I'm gonna do it. Do it. I hope. You probably end up loving it then.
I literally wrote in Goodreads, "Book of a Death Seller." Let's not.
Book of the Death Seller. I would read that too. That sounds good. That sounds very good. Want to go? Oh, me too. You know when you showed us that Japanese store in one of your recent videos?
Yes,
Oh my god, that looks so good. Didn't you go there with Sarah without an H?
I did. We were only able to be there for a very short amount of time because they only stay up until 6:30, and we went after her 9 to 5, and it's like half an hour away from me. But I'm obsessed, and I need to go back. Like, but I'm telling myself not to because I'm like, Katie, you have so much manga on your TBR, and you're not reading it. Like, what are you doing?
Yeah, but you're gonna read through that like so quickly. You might as well. You know.
Why did I not find it? Death of a Bookseller. It's not popping up on Goodreads.
Have you put bookseller as one word or 2 words?
2 words.
I think it's just one.
I know, why is Goodreads so sensitive about that? Like, it is so annoying. Like, their search engine sucks.
How is it looking on Goodreads? Because I actually haven't checked myself.
I love both covers. It's a 3.5. Yeah.
Oh, I was gonna say averaging a 2.
Oh no! But like,
you know, Catriona Ward recommended it on the back.
But don't they get paid to do that?
I mean, yeah, and sometimes you don't actually read the full book, but still.
Mara gave it 3.5 stars and said it's a very promising debut. Like that she wants to read from her in the future.
Books like what?
Yeah.
Oh, nice. I'm interested in buying Death. Yeah, that's just that. Honestly, the concept of a death seller is fascinating. Like, you might be onto something here, Katie. You might be onto something.
Book of a Death Seller, I'd buy it immediately.
Me bloody too. Me too.
Are you interested in buying Death? But it's really just an assassin.
Oh, stop. I want to read that now. I want to read that. I kind of don't really want. I mean, I do. I want to sprint. I want to finish Subcutanean. I do. But then I'm also like, should I? I might make a pot noodle like Lynn suggested.
You know, that's your accountability is that you can't make food until you finish a book.
Okay.
Or you could listen to the audiobook while you make food and then it'll go faster.
True. I might just do that because I am literally on part 3, so I could start from there and finish it. It's only a couple of chapters.
I can't remember which one, but if it's the author's website or Spotify, but one of them lets you speed up the playback speed.
I think Spotify does. I think Spotify can do that, right? I'm sure
it does, yeah.
It just doesn't do it with songs. You can only do it with podcasts.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, it does. And I saw someone. I think Kelly said, "Oh, you're going to be on a true crime podcast in the near future. That's so exciting." Okay, right. Before we sprint again, I want to know if you were invited to a true crime podcast, right? What case do you think you would be the best suited as a guest for? Like, what is a case that you've been so fascinated by? You probably know everything about it.
I don't know if I have any, to be honest.
Oh my god, a true crime booktube. Booktube is crime. Let's be
I know, like,
honest.
I listen to true crime a lot, but I'm not, like, so familiar with, like, any cases. Like,
Well, it's the one that you're kind of like the most interested in that you would want to be a guest on, so you could learn more. Maybe.
My cousin was her boss was a serial killer, and the girl that you'll remember this, it was years ago, but do you remember that case of there was a girl that went missing and they ended up finding her a while later in a like little storage unit behind this guy's house, and she was chained up, and like they found it because back then like cell phone, like the cell phone was in his house, but it was hers, and they couldn't pare it down to like, they could only pare it down to a like 3-mile radius or something because it wasn't that good at technology, and they found her that way. Like, do y'all remember that?
I feel like
there's like a YouTube video of a dash, like a
yeah. I think I know exactly what you mean. Oh, you've done that. I did the love house. No, I feel like I've definitely I can picture it in my mind, like the dash cam footage of like, is it that kind of storage unit thing that she was like chained up in, and did she have a boyfriend who he killed, and then like wasn't he supposed to be like renting the place, or like they came to view the house or something?
Yeah, he had killed a bunch of people. He went into a motorcycle shop, and somebody laughed at him.
I remember. Oh my god!
Killed everyone in the store.
Yeah, I remember.
Buried them. And he had people buried on his lot. He moved, didn't get caught. He moved, and he was a sex offender. And you have to relate that to your boss. But if you're the boss, legally you don't have to tell your employees, which is disgusting. So he decided, I'm just going to open up my own thing. So he opened up a real estate company, and he would do open houses. And if somebody that wanted to go see it was like a young girl, like or a young woman, he'd be like, actually, I'm going to be the one that goes and sees it. And he'd say, oh, it's not going to be an open house. I'm actually going to do it just for you because this is like my off day. And then they would show up. And if they were with someone, like a guy, he would kill them immediately and then kidnap the girl, take her for whatever he wanted to do, and then bury them on his property. And he kept her for a long time. And it was so disgusting because she was only like 1.5 miles away from her house. Like, and this lady next door, I was like, epic granny saves the day. It's like, police can't just like bust in somewhere. They need like they need a warrant. So this granny was like, I heard someone screaming from the backyard. Do y'all not hear that? And the cop was like, oh, I definitely hear that. And they bust in and.
Oh,
Todd Coleheb.
What?
And my cousin was like, I want to say like maybe late 20s, like early 30s at the time. And he said, I was like, damn, why people can't just keep their damn mouth shut? He said to the police, like on record, that the only reason he didn't kill her was because she worked for him and it would have been too obvious.
What?
Oh my god. Oh, that's terrifying.
That one's so interesting. I you know what's so funny is I was listening to My Favorite Murder, and it's like episode like 4 or something, and I was like, oh my god, is this play about us?
Well, yeah, that's terrifying. So I guess that would be yours. That would be yours. Hey, Jodeline.
Hi.
I knew Katie would look up that. I'm not sure what mine would be. I asked the question. I don't know what mine would be. I feel like, because I can't say the Titanic, because that wasn't true crime. But maybe...
Well, conspiracy theory.
Yeah.
I would do a conspiracy theory podcast, absolutely. Maybe the Oklahoma Girl Scout murders, because that case has stuck with me ever since I first heard about it. It literally terrifies me and chills me to this day. And yeah, it's just scary.
I don't know that one, I don't think.
Oh my god, you don't. I feel like you shouldn't know about it because it was just so awful, so absolutely awful. And I tried to watch a Disney Plus did a documentary of it. They did a terrible job, an absolutely terrible.
Disney Plus.
Disney Plus. Well, it was Hulu, I think, but like Disney Plus in the UK stream it.
What was it? The case?
Oklahoma Girl Scout murders.
I don't know.
it's just like they were so young and they were camping, and it's just because I have a niece who, when I first heard about the case, was the same age. It just made my blood run cold. Kristen Chenoweth hosted the Oklahoma Girl Scout murders documentary for Disney Plus, and she made it all about herself because she was supposed to be there. She was supposed to actually go to the same camp that they went to. She didn't, but because she almost did, she decided to make this entire documentary about herself. She even does an episode where she's singing the song from Wicked. She's saying, "Who can say if I've been changed for the better?" She does all of that. And I'm just like, time and place.
Yeah.
Time and place.
It's very inappropriate.
One that I'm like, I feel bad because I'm like, I could never remember her name, which is so sad. But just like, long story short, one that I'm obsessed with is that girl. If anybody listens to True Crime Podcast, the girl who, or young woman who moved into this apartment complex because it had really good security, and she was really afraid because she was obsessed with true crime podcasts. And then the guy who was the security guard had keys to the apartments, and he broke into her apartment and essay her or whatever. And she tried to get away, and he tried to kill her, and he like slit her throat. And even after he had done that, she like went into the bathroom and had her back against the door so strong that he couldn't get in. And like the things that she lived through, and she survived. Wow. And now she goes around and talks to colleges and stuff, to women, to be like, listen, like it can happen to anybody.
Yeah. I think my sister was telling me about that case recently. I think I heard of that one.
I hadn't heard of it. No. Oh my God. But
She's
I love
such a bad, like, oh my God.
Yeah.
And she was so smart. And it was so cute because the police officer that was on the phone with her, it was his first day at work. So he was just like, and he walked her down the aisle at her wedding.
Oh, that's so sweet. Stop, I'll cry. I'll cry.
We love a happy ending.
I honestly, I do, because half the time, and my patrons will know this, we do True Crime and Wine Night. 9 times out of 10, those true crime documentaries just end and you're left feeling so empty and sad. Yeah. But as soon as I hear about a true crime case that has a happy ending, or things, aren't as bleak by the end of it kind of thing, it's great. It's honestly, it's great, because it's just so sad watching them. It really does drain you of all your energy and makes you so sad. So, that's just amazing. It was an episode of I Survived. I need to watch that. Yeah, it freaks me out too, honestly. Okay. Yeah, I mean, honestly, there's so many things about this case that chills me to the bone that I just can't get into, because I would be here for another hour talking about it. But maybe we do. I don't think I've ever read a true crime book. I don't think.
The Stranger Beside Me.
Is that the Ted Bundy one?
Yes. Phenomenal.
I might read that one then. I do want to read more nonfiction. So, literally, Meg's just said that as well. And you. It's very popular, apparently.
I would definitely listen to the audiobook, because the physical book, oh my God, the writing is so freaking tiny. Like it's like so hard to read.
Okay.
Oh yeah, I've read I'll Be Gone in the Dark. That was a good one.
Yeah. The 5, I think that's about Jack the Ripper's victims, I think, which is another true crime podcast that I would be able to do, I think, because I've read a lot about it. Helter Skelter is a classic and very good. American Predator. Dear Zachary Broke Me. I feel like I might have watched that, maybe. I can't remember. I've watched so many true crime documentaries. I need to keep a list of what I've seen and what I haven't seen at this point. Helter Skelter's still the best. Slender Man Murders on my TBR this month. The girl that survived the Slender Man 7 was a badass. She was so strong. His favour is The Fact of a Body. Look, Jolene, if you like it, I'm sure I'm going to love it. Who has taste here? Because it ain't me. It ain't me.
I love the cover. It says The Fact of a Body, a murder and a memoir.
Oh. I'm going to write that down too as well before I forget. And then we'll sprint. I promise. I promise. The fact of a body. Perfection. Okay, I'll get the timer up. Read it. You could tell me to take a shit right now and I would do it. Okay. Let's
Live,
read.
on camera for free.
No, I didn't say for free. Everyone has to send donations to my PayPal, at least.
Uh-huh.
Ruff, ruff, ruff.
I didn't see your mouth move. That's what terrified me.
Is it because I'm laggy again?
Is this because I said I couldn't hear you? I couldn't see your foot.
Sorry, I keep clicking the button. It doesn't kick you out, Katie. It just, for some reason, just only puts 2 people on the screen. Why? Why does it do that? I have to do this layout instead. I'm sorry. Sorry, what was that? I totally missed it.
Oh, hi.
Wow.
We're just doing musical chairs now, right? Woke you up? Good.
You just scared the shit out of Tank. He's very
Sorry. Oh, sorry, Tang.
You just poked his head up like, is there a dog?
Oh, I apologize, Tang.
Has Tank ever met a cat?
Yeah. We used to have neighbors like that. They would have cats out on their porch, and then Tank would be on our porch, and they just stare at each other for like hours.
My cat who lives at my mum's house loves to tease the dog next door just by watching.
Yeah,
Doesn't
I
do
bet.
anything else, just watches, and it barks and barks and barks. Oh, I'm so sorry. I should have thought that one through. I should. Let me. Oh my god! Insert all of the insults. That's fine. That's fine. How did we get on? I finished Subterranean 30287. 3.5. 3.5.
All right.
Pretty good. Pretty good. I liked it. Didn't love it, but I did like it.
All right.
Not too bad.
I got to page 115 of Camp Damascus. I feel like I'm almost like halfway through, but not quite halfway through. But it's still crazy. It's totally wild.
Oh, we love wild round here.
Yeah.
Gab's gone wild. Love it.
Yeah. Yeah. I saw
That's
Katie's
what your
story.
dark romance reading vlog is going to be called.
Oh,
Gab's gone
yeah.
wild. Yeah. Write it down. Write it down.
But we still haven't gotten Gavin's Gone Wild.
We should have it for all of us. We should kind of collab on some kind of wild video. For some reason, I don't know what video exactly. It could be the dark romance, where we just have like Katie gone wild, Gavin gone wild, Gabby gone wild. I don't know, I think it would be fun.
You know what's funny is if I saw you post a video that was like Gavin gone wild, I would be like, what could he possibly do that's crazier than the Shrek romance?
It wouldn't make sense for him. It would make sense for me.
We should do it, right? We should do like a video where it's part 1, part 2, part 3, and we'll have to like part 1's on one channel, part 2's on another, something like that. I don't know. We just need to do it.
And it's us just without context reading quotes out of Den of Vipers.
Well, actually, I'm sure there's a sequel. Of Den of Vipers, I think, or at least the author has written another book. K8 Night. It might be a sequel, it might not. Den of Vipers. Divers Hot. No, that's not it. Can someone let me know?
Did you say one of the books is called Diver's Haunt?
Diver's Heart.
Heart.
Okay, Diver's Haunt would be absolutely what I would name.
Yakuchi?
Yeah. Diver's Haunt.
Wow.
That's
like your bug or like what?
I know. I was like,
you're diving for treasure.
She literally has you have. Look at my sister right now. Okay, I won't put the camera at her. She doesn't want it, but she has the same blanket.
Oh no way!
I was like
she just got it in the mail today.
Oh my gosh!
Oh, she got the blanket too?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. She has the same blanket.
Well, I think that I saw that you had like the pillow or something, and I was like, oh, I got the blanket.
Oh, I don't know. Rachel just got the blanket in the mail.
From Cider, and this one's from TV Met.
Oh, they're from different places, but she has both. That's so funny.
Hey, get to it. It is good. True that. Also, cozier series recs. I haven't read a whole lot of them to be able to rec things, but I know Katie has recommended Thursday Murder Club, but I just haven't read a whole lot, to be honest.
See, I don't like cozy, but the Veronica Speedball series, I'm like, that I love, and I love the Thursday Murder Club, but it's because they have like a different draw that like keeps me in.
When Gabby and Gavin mentioned these brands, I thought Katie will wear a pink halter. Not pink, but I was close.
If I had one, 1000%. I feel like I'm really giving rouge right now.
Mhm.
Oh, that book that you got, the book that was sent, in the box. Hmm.
To Giorn or whatever the name was.
Yeah. Kingdom of the Wicked, all three of you. Well, like we should read it, or
Probably.
maybe book 1 on one channel, book 2 on. I don't know.
I know we could do what my friend Savannah and her friend Erin did. I think they read the same like 3 to 4 books that they haven't read yet for the same video, and then they compared their reading taste to like see how similar they are.
Oh,
So like if we all planned videos to like read the same 3 to 4 books that we haven't read yet, and then just
Ooh,
see how-
you know, that I think that idea maybe, and like, well, nothing's new. So I take that back. But like it's like if we're reading a book and then like every like 50 pages, I mean, we'd have to make sure that the additions were the same, but like every like say 50 pages, like have a post-it note, and then every 50 pages to the camera, like say what you're thinking about it, and then just merge them all into like a video. Because
yeah.
what if like one of us hates it and one of us loves it?
Yeah.
It's so fun.
we'll be like 5 stars, and the other person will be like 2 stars.
I hate it so much. This thing is so bad. I hate this character, and then the other person's like, I love him so much. I would die for him. That would be so funny. I love that idea.
Right?
And then being like, I bet you anything Gavin loves Lowe's.
Yeah.
I hate it, but I bet you anything.
Mhm.
Depends on what we read.
I know it'd be hard to pick books for something like that.
It would.
Well, no, we all 3 of us pick a book, and then it's 3 different videos.
True.
Yeah.
This channel.
Yeah, 3 different
True.
genres. We each pick different genres, and we read all across the board.
Oh my god, we pick a fantasy.
This could be a video idea. I'd be down.
Yeah.
It would be fun too.
Right?
It would be so fun. It would be messy too. Like that's the chaos and mess is what attracts me the most to videos. It
Yeah.
sounds like a mess. I love it.
We'd all have to post at the same time to YouTube.
Mm.
There'd have to be a cap off of how long the updates can be, because I never shut up.
Yeah. We would just well, should we try it as in like say like because Gabby never really does fantasy, so should we put it on like do fantasy for Gabby's channel, or would it be like because like if we pick 3 different books, each 3 different genres, and then we post the video, like we send each other the clips of us reading that book, so then we would edit our video. So if I've got the romance one or whatever, I edit all the romance clips. Like so if we read the same romance book, I edit it all together, put it in one video, and then Gabby fantasy or whatever, I don't know, send Gabby the fantasy clips. Gabby makes the video, and then say Katie horror thriller. I don't know.
Okay,
Maybe.
so you're thinking we each read one book and then it's one big video? Because
Yeah.
I was thinking we would each pick a book in a genre, and then all 3 of us would read all 3 books, and then we would just see how different each one of our videos are, even though it's like a collaboration. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Well,
So I
yeah,
like-
y'all are both saying the same thing.
No. It's in like my videos would be like everyone's clips is in the one video. So like we're all talking about the same book in one video.
Mm-hmm.
Whereas I think Gabby's is we're all posting our own one on our own channel. Is that
Yeah, like we each read all the 3 books, but then we each have our own videos, and we just compare how our tastes are, like, which books we liked. But then what Gavin's saying is that we each read one book, and then it's all in one video.
yeah.
Well, no, I think. Okay. We're trying to lay it out. Basically, it's a combo of both of you where we all 3 read 3 books,
Mhm.
and we film every so many pages those clips. Whoever, like, say if I had one book and y'all both had another book, we read all 3 of them, and then whoever's Gabby, like if yours was like a fantasy, I would send you the clips of me reading the fantasy book.
Yeah.
Oh.
To you, and I would send the ones of me reading Gavin's book to him, and then we would each post a video of a single book, but we read and filmed clips for all 3 books.
Oh,
Yeah.
so like my video would be like, say, like a romance book, and then wait, like, okay, no, I get it. Like, my video would be like the romance video. I would give my thoughts on the romance book and then show your thoughts on the romance book in that video.
Like, say if we did like every 50 pages or something, or whatever, Katie, like 50, 60, whatever it is, depending on how long the book is, then at least it would be like a proper collaboration in one video kind of thing.
Like, get 3 different booktubers' thoughts on one book in one video.
Yeah, but it would, like, we'd have to pick like some of the messiest books ever, because
I know.
we need to make these fun. We need to make these like things that people would, because it'll probably be spoilers, right? It'll probably end up being spoilers if we're giving our thoughts.
Yeah.
So either something like really popular that everyone's read, or something so messy and, I don't know, weird that nobody's gonna read but would rather hear our thoughts on. I don't know, like, I don't know what to do with that.
We should post on like Instagram or something, like a poll to be like, what? Not that you necessarily think I'm gonna love it. What do you just want to see me read? And like whichever ones get like the most for that, you know, like on each person, then do that, because that would be fun. Like, even if it's like, say when I read Shadow and Bone with Olivia, I didn't like it, but it was so funny.
Kate, I'm shitting you not. I'm shitting you not. I just got recommended that video today. Literally, I took a screenshot to show you. I literally got recommended it today. I took a screenshot literally to show you.
That's such an old video.
Well, it says yesterday now because it's like after midnight for me, but I literally got recommended it today.
That's hilarious. That was fun.
Wild. That's wild.
Oh my god, Steph's comment about the 4th video needs to be Kayla analyzing how closely our reading tastes align. That would be so funny.
Oh, it would be hilarious. I love it.
It would be a first, and that's rare.
It'd be a cool way to collaborate, I think. You know, it's unique.
Yeah, because I remember watching I think Christiane Jones and Morgan Long, I think their name is, and they did, like, they both read and then they were non together. But they don't live in the same place or anything. They just read the book at the same time and did a collaboration video on that, and it was so good. It was so good.
So we would edit it, like, if we were updating every like 50 pages, we would edit it so that all of our updates are at the same time, right? So that they're getting all 3 of our reactions like at the same time.
You know what? Yeah. Actually, saying that, I mean, I'm gonna knock on wood. It would actually be incredibly easy to edit.
Right?
Yeah, because it would just be like a graphic saying 50-page mark. Us. 100-page mark. Us.
Yeah. So interesting.
I feel like we should also get people to like maybe vote for the 3 that we end up doing, like genre wise, because there might be, you know, some that people want to see more than others. I don't know why. I just went automatically to horror, romance, and
fantasy.
What would mine be? Like, that's where I'm like,
I feel like, well, because you could do anything really. So maybe, I don't know, actually. You read everything.
I just ask people, like, who, like, say if you ask on Patreon, because those people like watch all of your stuff and they like you, to be like, what is it that you think I would have a wild time reading this? Like, I would have wild, like, reactions to this. And maybe for Gabby, it's like, oh, like, read this, like, I mean, I don't think that it would be like fantasy and like, oh, I think you're going to hate it because, and then you're just bored. I think it would be something like, read this dark romance because I don't think you're going to like it, but I think you're going to have wild reactions.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Like, you can read something you don't like, but have a fun time reading it. Like, I do that a lot. So
let's pick up the new Peter Swanson.
Yeah. Well, I liked, which one did I like of his? The Kind with Killing?
Okay. Yeah. You said anything else.
Yeah, I like that one. But like, say something like Nine Lives, absolutely no.
Well, that's what I mean, but it'd be the perfect book to roast and like talk about.
It would. But it's very hard to, this is why we need to think of it. We'll not, you know what I mean?
Maybe we can try to plan it for like early next year so we have time to like really think about which books would be like good to do for this, you know?
Yeah. Maybe we could do like some kind of like another live show like on Patreon or something, just like brainstorming with everyone, maybe doing some more like sprinty rows and stuff. Maybe that would be fun.
Get some thoughts.
I've read a few Chuck Tingle Christmas romance books. My favorite one is still All I Want for Christmas Is to Eat at My Christmas Tree.
This man?
Yeah.
He has Christmas romance books?
Yeah, you should read them.
What?
Yeah, I think you'd like them.
Wow. Never would have thought.
I think it was a fluke. But then again, didn't you like the newest one?
I liked The Kind Worth Saving. That was the sequel to that one. I liked it. Yeah.
No,
I haven't read it.
Me neither. We'll think of something none of us have read.
Yeah.
Something we're all interested in. And we'll just see how we get on. We'll see how we get on. We got time to brainstorm. But if we try maybe for the start of next year.
Mm-hmm. I think it'd be fun.
Yeah.
It'd be it'd be something new bringing to BookTube, you know?
Yeah,
well, I have no videos planned, so I'm down immediately. Like, I'm down.
I have too many planned. Let me
I was going to say, we'll have to fit it into Gavin's schedule.
I have up till March, pretty much. I have up till March, essentially.
So April it is.
No, I've still got like gaps, like loads of gaps, but I have pretty much a lot of stuff. But we could do it.
The message I just got sent. I'll show you this.
Up to no one asked for. I'm like 150 pages in Agatar, and it's so cringe. Less so.
I didn't tell her to pick it up. She was dead.
Wow. I saw Riley Murray as well. Riley, we haven't done any sprints together before. I feel like that's a crime. Honestly. Ultimate messiness. If it's gonna be messy, I'm gonna love it. But yeah, we'll think on it. We'll brainstorm. We'll do all of the thinking. RL Cheerleaders book would be great for Gavin. Is that the Fear Street? Because I'm gonna go through Fear Street eventually. I want to do that next year. Okay, should we do one more sprint? I think Gabby, you might be heading off.
Yeah, I think I might peace out during this sprint.
She socializes. She has like human connection.
No, I just have dinner plans with my sister and movie night.
Is that
that's a whole day.
I mean, I guess.
I mean, me and Katie aren't getting that always, so
can't relate.
Oh my gosh.
It's yeah, I definitely want to. I'm gonna try and read all of Fear Street next year. Try to anyway. Okay. Yeah, this will probably be my last sprint. Just because it's 1 a.m. for me. So
late.
Oh, I forgot how late it is for you. Oh my god, how late did you start these?
9 p.m. my time. But that's
fine.
I did a live show with Murphy 2 weeks ago. I started 1 a.m. my time. 1 a.m. and we finished at 3.
Wow.
It's fine though, because I'm not usually that tired. I probably will be tired by the end of this next sprint, so that's the only one. I really like Ready or Not. I think that's a great film.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but we should do this again soon with the 3 of us. I thought it was fun.
Well, actually, even though you'll be leaving, Gabby, I don't think we can, like, I think we'll still be streaming on yours, or I think you can remove. I don't know.
It's fine.
Well, I mean, me and Katie are going to go wild.
And I was like, don't do anything crazy.
We are. We're going to do it all. You just wait. You're going to watch at the end of these sprints. You'll be like, what I've been saying. You're going to be demonetized for all of the rude things we say.
I'll just private my video on my channel.
I'm kidding. It'll be fine. Oh my god. Hi, Lexi. Yes, today's October 3rd.
Sorry, I changed shirt.
That's
it
fine.
Was pink.
Ridiculous.
I know.
Are you kidding me?
Terrible. Katie after hour sprints on yours. Katie goes hard.
I love how people still always ask that. They're always like, but Katie's going to sprint late, right?
Yeah, essentially.
A lot of times I do. I'm not going today because I need to film and I also want to read. I don't know. I say that. I probably won't.
You probably won't, but you just always got to keep an eye out, haven't you? Just in case. Because, but.
Aww.
Oh, yeah.
Gabby, I wish you could do it. I wish you could do it.
This is a crime. Hello?
Just hand heart here. Wow.
Yeah, it's not really that early for us. I know my boys well too. My cats are going wild, so they'll also want some
What's
attention.
the one with the? No, there's one where it like makes you like lasers in the background, kind of.
Oh, it's this.
Yeah.
Oh,
That's what you did when we started the live show, and I was like, what is happening?
you know what's gonna be so funny is that when I found this out yesterday during the live show, they were like, you know, what'd be so funny is if during your sprints tomorrow, they're like somebody's telling like a genuine story, and that you're just like, mhm, mhm.
They are right. Are they the same people who, like, on my Patreon as well on Saturday? They were like, "Oh, you should do it during the reading sprints with Gabby and Katie, not tell them what's happening and make them think that they're like gaslight them into thinking nothing's happening." Are
That's
they
what
the
they
same
said to me.
patrons? Are they the same patrons? Are they trying to play us together against each other? Oh my god!
Dude, if you didn't tell me, I would have genuinely thought that this was like a StreamYard update that I didn't have or something. I was like, what is
Damn,
this?
we should have, because then you would have been like, "How do I get this? How do
I
I
know.
get this?" Right. Okay. I will start another sprint. Gabby, if you head off during this, that's absolutely fine. We will let it
All
happen.
right.
But
It was so
It
fun
was
sprinting
fun.
again.
Yes.
yes, it was a long time coming.
Yeah, we'll have to do it again soon.
We will. We will.
All right.
Bye.
Bye.
Just had to put my babies to bed. It's so late for them, bless them.
What do you do?
What do I do? Putting them to bed? Because they mainly just stay in the living room and the kitchen area, because they can't sleep with me. They always jump all over me. They never let me sleep. So we keep separate. So I put them in the living room. I make up their little beds, and I make sure that they both lie down before I can leave the room, essentially. Otherwise, I know they're just going to be up and causing mischief. So it's sweet. I love doing it, and I wish I could let them sleep with me, but I can't sleep when they're upstairs with me. I can't do it. I feel like maybe I'm gonna be awful if I ever have a partner, because I feel like just anybody being in my bed
Mhm.
is probably a bad thing. I can't sleep with someone else in there.
Well, you
Can't-
just have two bedroom.
2 bedroom, yeah. Or they can just sleep on the floor if I don't have the room. Because when I had a housemate, like I just let him have my bedroom and I stayed in the library. I could not do that again with anyone. So yeah, they would have to sleep on the floor or sleep on the sofa. Because anywhere else, I don't have space for them. I don't have another room for them. Ain't gonna happen. Ain't gonna happen. Did you get all your filming done or started or anything?
I did, and it was like I thought that it was not gonna take very long. I'm like, oh my god, this is gonna be like rapid fire, and then I was filming for like 35 minutes, and I was like, what the fuck?
I mean, 35 minutes is pretty good.
Well, I meant like when there's like nothing to edit out, like
Mm.
pretty long. But Rin, thank you so much. That's so sweet.
Oh, well, did you say I agreed? What about me? Am I not sweet? This comment.
No, the shirt is what we have to live up to.
I do honestly, this is one of my favorites, and I don't know why I didn't wear this when Scream 6 came out. I should have went to the cinema wearing it, and I didn't do that. Also, I'm so sorry. I just put my babies to bed, and I'm waking up yours. I apologize. Page 64 of A Curious Beginning. That's the Veronica Speedwell. One day I will do it. One day. But you know me, I'll do them all for one video. That's just what's gonna have to happen.
Well, the only thing that sucks with that is that I don't recommend reading them like back to back to back, because it's one of those like, you know, if you read like a manga that isn't plot driven, it's character driven.
Yeah.
And like say if you binged all of Spy Family,
Mm.
it gets, where the Veronica Speedwell series, the characters are so freaking good and you'll still love them. But then if you went back and reread one later, you give it 5 stars, where before maybe you gave it 4 or 4.5.
Okay. Maybe I won't do a full series reading blog then.
Well,
Just
you
read
could do it, but just don't read them back to back. Like film yourself and you could just compile it.
Okay, like maybe I could do one a month and just save the clips. Maybe. I should read them a story. I should. That'd be nice. Yeah, they seem to come alive as soon as I go to bed. Even if they seem like they will settle down, 5 minutes later they're up. One of them will wake the other one up or stir the other one, and it's not great. I doubt it.
What are you thinking about your book?
Oh, yeah, I'm 40 pages in, and I do like it. There are some bookseller kind of lingo in things that happened when I was a bookseller. So that's kind of coming back to me, and I'm thinking, wow, like it's almost making me miss it a little bit. Like a little bit. I kind of miss being a bookseller. Just for the sheer meeting someone new, find out who they are. I will say though, the main character is really weird. Like really weird. So I don't know how I'm gonna jive with her. But
Like
well, yeah,
weird. Like what weird?
weird is in like going through a new person's bag. You know, like in talking about how she wishes she was an American teenager so that one of her friends could get murdered. You know, like things like that. That kind of weird.
Okay, yeah. When you said weird, I thought you meant quirky. That's sketchy.
Yeah, I think just bordering on sketchy. But remember, I'm only 40 pages in, so I don't think that's a spoiler. That's just like her personality, because she's like a huge true crime fan. But even then, like I feel like I'm a fan of true crime, but I wouldn't ever want to wish to be an American teenager so that my friends could get murdered. You know what I mean? It's like, but I'm so intrigued. I'm so intrigued. Ah. I can't wait to do this again with you, Katie. I just can't. I just can't.
I can't believe that well, I mean, that was something Kayla said where she was like, oh, when it gets to be more winter time, like people do a lot of like sprints and stuff. And I was like, that's probably true.
Yeah, like it gets colder. We want to be indoors a bit more. And I think just Halloween time, I just want to do all of the sprints. Like I have so many this month with people. It's insane. But I just like, you know what? I need to do this. We need to do it. We need to do it for spooky season. But then after that, I want to do more. So we're just gonna have to keep getting on it. Okay, yeah, maybe nuts. Maybe. I know, right? It's like that doesn't really make any sense, but you do you. You do you.
They're just the ones that get media like published about it.
Yeah, like sensationalized. That's what it is. It's like she loves sensationalized cases and she like romanticizes them a little bit from what I've gathered so far. So yeah, I think it's gonna be really interesting to follow her. Because even though like I'm not jiving with her, I think she's gonna be so interesting.
Mm-hmm.
Who knows?
I mean, there's characters that I like reading about, but I don't like them.
Yeah, exactly. There's a big difference. Like it never ruins the book for me if I don't connect with them. But as long as they lead the story, I'm all for it.
I mean, my favorite character in Game of Thrones is Cersei. So
yeah, fair. She is a character. Who's your favorite character in True Blood?
Oh, Pam.
Oh my god, same stuff.
Pam.
Same. Oh, fucking Suki and what is it? Her fairy fucking vagina.
Oh my god, no, literally. Well, that's a spoiler. Have you seen the last season? I'm not going to say it. But... Yeah. Okay, the ending for Suki's ending. No.
Yeah, it's like after all that time, you just okay, whatever.
But another that ending, I was like, this is how it was always supposed to happen.
I agree with that. I agree. She carried that show, honestly.
Oh my god, I love
Pam
that.
carried that. Pam and Eric carried the show.
I love them. I literally for like 4 years ran a blog like about them. It was like,
why not? Why not?
Obsessive.
I may have come across that at some point because when I say I was obsessed, also I was all over it online too. I probably did come across it. It was
on Tumblr.
Yeah, I probably did. It was
a big deal.
Oh my gosh. Also, I was thinking more about our idea, which we can probably, like the idea with Gabby, just like trying to think of more things because I never let things go. So maybe we can talk about it after or, but I think that'll be pretty cool.
And I don't think it even has to be like, oh my gosh, like think of it like, oh, this is the only time. Because I was like, I think that this, like, it would be fun to do again. Or even like, like with other people or whatnot. So like, it doesn't have to be like, this is the one book.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, that's true. Okay, we're going to leave it there. It's late for moi. And Katie, the day's just beginning.
It's almost margarita o'clock.
Wait, is it 9 p.m. there now?
It is.
Say you're at the point where I started this live show. How much I wish to be in your time zone right now. Just to be in your country right now. Just to be with you in the same. Well, I mean, for not 100% accurate, but you know what I mean. Yeah. To be with you in the time zone.
Yes. I would pass away.
Yeah, same. Which is probably a bad idea then. It's a bad idea.
Because I'm like, oh my god, why can't anybody super cool just like?
I know, just be like right down the street. Right down the street. I'll sleep on that couch if I have to. I'll sleep on your standing desk if I have to.
It pulls out into a bed, so.
Well, the standing desk, mine doesn't do that. FlexiSpot sent me a bad one.
Oh my god! I'm like, they didn't see that feature. Oh, maybe that's just for me.
Oh yeah, just for you. Okay, thanks so much, everyone. We will see you next time. Do check out Katie. We love her. And we'll see you next time. Bye. Bye.